Welcome back to another day of Final Fantasy XIV. When we last left off, we just got done fighting Titan, and so now we need to turn that quest in. There she is. I did not tell you she would return safe and sound. The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we can't discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence, should that prove to be the case. He must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. We must not rush to conclusions. After all, we only fear that Yisa's followers were beyond reason, but many since laid down their arms and accepted the Ishgardian's peace. We can but watch and wait and pray. Alf would rather not worry about what may or may not come to pass. There is not to be gained from dwelling on eventualities over which we have no control, much less one which may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Boliden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? You're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst. But they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it. But not half as good as my men'll be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. And there ain't a soul in the Maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong. Like, we are all prepared to do our part, but we aren't so naive to think that we'd live the tale the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like a cause for celebration. Now, I know you have a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumph return of the Titan's Bane.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. So quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, Estinian and Yasili. Under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Elmeric. When Alpha and I came at last to the Dravonian Hinterlands.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
What ho, Akane? I trust you had a good night's rest? I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Ishtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigation, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. 'Tis would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Yorongar another... Wait, where is Isale? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Baldiden, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander, and treat him with every kindness? He is still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he is still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could turn out a damn sight worse than it did. Well, Nats soon forget that, and nor will the Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I can't possibly understand. Mayhap there's nothing I can say or do. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times and remember when they were. And when it hurts so much, your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alicia. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, eh? There will be a reckoning. Morning, Fox. I'm doing okay, Cut. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? We have heard the great tidings from Gohamor, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lamencia may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Tis was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one in which weighs heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the G-Run oracles, and we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defy any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every Umbra calamity. 7 times they have succeeded. Then out of 10 and 13, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Methenia spoke upon thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the sources are rejoined, frail flesh undo in umbra fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then, if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of unification of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative. For if the first were to fall to transcend light in the matter of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void where none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, save such as least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Tis would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alleghane parties. The Alleganes? Strange, and you believe that this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And least though wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rahalager. The individual who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamagi liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than remnants of Elaine Raleigh's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know, of course, who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which receives the crystals without delay. Akane, Alicia, will you come with me to Little Almago? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alf, Alicia, Kane, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were an employee of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. And you have them, and the crystals too? What few remain, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Tis was bound to Little Almago, we are told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my service, I have mine to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipment but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Wait a moment. There's more. And I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in employment of one of Ali Ronley, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this info? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Ishtola next, but there is someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Uranger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archons was one of Grandfather's most discipled, dedicated pupils, and spent as much time in Leverley Estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day of my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Mago awaits. We will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Uranger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, Akane, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters, since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Alf is eager to get the work. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Allagan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, it's hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Akane, why don't you question the residents on the eastern half of town? Alicia and I will do the same in the west. Afterwards, we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Let me guess. You've come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first one to answer the Griffin's call. While he lit a fire in every Almagan's heart, he also inspired more than a few Yoldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. See you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin in his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of little Almago these days. Folks wondering what he's about, and what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under the mask of his, of course. Some say he hardly got a face. What with all the scars? Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they sent a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. The resistance? Damn if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If he gets stored by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masses' bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Mask. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of the Alamagan liberation is unrivaled. We can only hope their revolutionary fever is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions. It may happen enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gum Dubal are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Much as it pleases me to see you again, Akane, I can't help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin. I know of him, as do we all. He and his mass have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I can't help but admire the man from what he's accomplished. I have not forgotten Wildred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffins will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of the corn. And go and see with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. It has begun already. I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Hey, Snowy. Words cannot express how gladly I am to see you both alive and well. And you, I thought it was pretty obvious you and Akane would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of this alliance, divided as they were and distributed by the better part of Erosia. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Yulda, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Amigo, all at the great risk of themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operation for a while. When we learned the Salayan's exornation, that Lorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls. As a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to trust a letter to a carrier. I gathered from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the Mask are happy to let the refugees spread the word within their community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts this alliance of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends of the Garlemel. One would think the man would The man we saw beseeching all and sundry join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an imposter. A talented rabble-reuser to boot. 'Tis would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man, who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of all of it. The secrecy, the imposters, the mask. What? It's not if I'm making all you wear one. Mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind. To get a better sense of the man. For all good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance could never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I can't say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The mass has made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it'd be mere bluster, but in context of the shipments which you spoke, it is not impossible that we are all alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. If anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is assuming you'll have us. Papamu has mind to learn the Griffin's true intentions. If, as you suspected, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can tell us the mass plan in broad strokes. Like the man who he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders, who will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alf will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words, to take up arms for a noble cause. Yida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we maintain the charade until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot and have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Akane, let's be off. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. You're the ones with the gill, seeing as your friends of Palpamo. Here, the tunic and slops for both of you. Tailored and treated as you taste. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go change and see you at the spot Palpamo marked on your map. It did give me the item. My inventory's full. Well, look at you. Pair of down at the heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once, Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Quarter mill, he says, do you remember? Forgive me, I cannot be expected to recall every name and face. Besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Akane. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Alfino would keep moving forward. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere near within Zaha Rek, ready to be put use by the Almaja. We must appraise Elisi of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Amigo after I have changed. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were moving, worrying ourselves sick, Yida and Papamu were here all along? Well, Ishtola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We can't very well leave them in the hands of the Almaja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage weathered in flames. Ere long the curtain shall rise in the drama of which I am author. Gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remained, save to stand at the ready and pray the chances seized. For never shall we know it like, for never shall we know its like again. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the bowels of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall wait your signal. Upon proceeding to the bowels of embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. They're fine. Hey, Malvarex. I'm not tired, I'm annoyed. It's no different than the base game. Hello, Dark.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
Let's finish this. It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them! Make ready! They come!
risk.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
to have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Asians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. sees a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lamine, for everything.
It would seem we are in southern Thenanel again. Mephinia is doing, no doubt. Made it 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in return to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. An ending to mark a new beginning. Alf seems to be at loss for words. Forgive me, my thoughts are elsewhere. In this, when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back into Zareka and secure them. The Almajo will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not the like to notice a lone bard sulking by. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I'll see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Yada and Pammo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Akane. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness in the Asians in the white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there have been another way? Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, but but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot concur them. I'm sorry. Condone them. Akane, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I shall like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thy own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Well met, Akane. Alf said you would be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable catch of crystals in the masked camp. Did you perchance find one in Zurich? Actually, I don't believe it. The crystals, Melphenia, all of it? It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Yuta. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with certainty is that I feel blessed to have granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Tis was bittersweet, but also affirming. Alf, I believe it is past time Yuta and I rejoin this alliance. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffins to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that we might in turn offer you our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolute ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. You should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Yuta? Yuta, regale or be praised, it is you. Yuta, alive and standing here before me in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come on. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundaball. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamago. They gave us hope, and young Yuta most of all. Yuta here was always full of fire. ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well. Looking nearly a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that, making you all worry. It's a long story, you see. I got involved with my friends here in this alliance. Oh, I'm sorry, we were still the circle of knowing back then. Right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now, I've got to go hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let's return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Alice appears to relieved by your appearance. Greetings, Akane. I am ever glad to see you pass through the seventh heaven with purposeful stride. Though one of my more persistent patrons will be Gladys still. I've been requested to direct you into his presence at your earliest convenience. If you have a moment to spare from saving the realm, pray rescue my establishment from its pitiless mewling of story-starved minstrel. Akane, I have subsisted on scraps of travelers, all but wasting away whilst I awaited the full repast that only you can provide. They said you brought an end to 1,000 years of war, that the great worm Needhog shall no more darken the skies of Ishgard. But the dragon's song must have a final verse, and I beg of you, feed me every morsel. I shall devour every sight, every sound, every blow that you landed upon his scaly hide. What a glorious fare. Brother set against brother, a fallen companion saved. I am relieved and restored, and my fingers ache to strum the score. Eternal is a dragon's woe, unceasing doth his anguish flow. Yet for the walls of Ishgard high, gainest blood did Rosenberger ally. Eternal is a dragon's rage, dread Needhog's wrath did span an age. Yet by his hateful brother's eye, did light quell shade and vengeance die. What say you? Does your blood not quicken at the tale's retelling? One might accurse the language of being overly flowery, but epic deeds demand epic depictions. Do you not agree? Welcome home, Akane. I trust your journey was uneventful. Will you be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals? He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here. We can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Nishtola and Corel and brief them on all that occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja. Not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
A new adventure elsewhere. The road goes ever on. To strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Akane. The Lions of Seven Dawn, and look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desire, all of which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it hosts to a surfeit of light or darkness, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in a waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. The eyes of Needhog. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair. In those breast beats a heart which thirsts for revenge. Only you are fit to wield these eyes for wail or for woe. So he was here all along. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are gonna have so much fun. Taro has a request for you. Akane, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a moment. Right, everyone. Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. They are all finished. The warrior lights every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Akane. All in good time. Ah, found you. Alfino wants everyone in the solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it's very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa Laminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Okay. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? Let's see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Elmeric. It's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments of Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Grandinia. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Helolox that he is led in your absence. Yes, Commander. Akane, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Grandinia. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. Lucia seems eager to set forth from Grandidia. We have no other business. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Crossing the steps, miss. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I concede that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not that the ink scarce dry in the Republic's books of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Garrison commander awaits within. Why not accompany me, Akane? You may see a familiar face. Akane, old girl. How wonderful to see you, and Sir Elmeric, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honorable. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as natural as breathing to the to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans, in honor of ceaseless chitting, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Grandidia with you. Good morning, Savannah. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am enraptured by Black Shroud's beauty now as when first I laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendors of the forest. So Elmerich is ready to attend the council. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? The invoice from Ishgard is arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Limsia party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Elmer. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Akane, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunion, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Akane, I'm glad to hear from Ralph that the missing Alliance have now been found. There is much more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I fear I had missed you. Sir Elmer. Master Alfino. A pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice. How wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Akane for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Dome Man ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but waiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and the force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seed-3 to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Elmeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. I full glad we Full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to this alliance, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhaps the ones you like, the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revelance Tolyagiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to East Shroud. I'm curious to see how Pomamel and Yida fare in their talks with the Siphons. Not to mention that has been going on. What has been going on at the Bellstairs wall. I will join you at the Rising Stone Tanan. Welcome back, Akane. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all the talk is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything's possible. Alicia seems eager to discuss the council's decision with the other Alliance. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of Toll, I think it's time we head inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you have returned from the council. But what of Alf? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Corel, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well, with sufficient rest. I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, have committed to providing military support to Grandinia. The Erosian Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffins what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Yida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffins. Some means to convince him to abandon his reckless course. may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath the Belsier wall. Secret passages dug by the resistance to provide a way out of Almago. Which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you will have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I have shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Krail and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, the Laviers? I will return the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters may take a turn for the worse, 'tis would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Akane? Granadia would be safer for your presence. And while it may not seem most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on the messages and so on? Hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Thanks for the welcome back, Snowy. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of the Belsier wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Ah, Akane, there you are. Amarik's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to appraise us of any developments to the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. You're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have the need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alf. We have the griffins. We'll have the griffin by the scuff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yida. Nearly a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? This would be best to decide before we enter into negotiation. Trust me, Pablomo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here to see the sight. You might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the blunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stewardess defenders thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, what news for the wall? All has been quiet. Report. What 7 hells fighting broke out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffins has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers. They're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was the bait. We have been gulled into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to his deception. If those uniforms were conniving enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offense. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Imperial's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial Reserve would be hard-pressed to contain, and Rosia, meanwhile, would be plunged in the chaos. Akane, we must make for the wall at once. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It'll be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the scrimmaging, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin. And if we can do that. Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear this alliance to safety? You don't know who Lady Hilda is, Marshal. But you can count on me. We must prepare for the Imperial's reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Fellow comrades, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free no matter the cost. From what Hamamu told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. We have 2 objectives. I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnel, we will make for our positions with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. I'm not doing any spooky games. I won't be doing anything but the Final Fantasy Marathon, or maybe a sponsorship if I get one.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these? You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now! Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timzamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Hey, Wonder. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Akamatzu's my friend. I should have been there with them. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing and what had to be done. Master Luis wore the same look right before the end. Do you think I didn't know that? I know, all right. I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Elbert caught us all off guard. Even Akane was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you'll never forget that Papalos strove to protect, or the lesson you tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Yida with me. Go on and go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. It's plain that recent events has shaken Alf to the core. Once again, I find myself at a loss of words. But Thancred's right. We must return to the Rising Stones and appraise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ishtola and the others of our imminent return. It would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ildbird. I know not how, but he had in possession the eyes of Needhog, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, and I'm sure Palpamo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Needhog's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, a speck ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of the Asians. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Corel, I need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primals trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Ishtola her bravery. She seeked employment, lest her grief deprive her of the act of will. A desire to comfort Yida doubtless compound her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in my own way. By the leave, Lady Esley, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be poor tribute to Palpamo's sacrifice. Quite. You must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased too dear a price for us to squander it. The Interminal awaits the news from Granadia seems to be taking its toll on Alicia. Or LSA. Akane, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... a communication from the Alliance, one moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Granadia. The council will soon shortly be reconvened. The alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Ishtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Then, well, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man, are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Welcome, Warrior Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that was a rather unexpected development. One which raises the number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council's meeting in the first place. Alf is eager to join Sid and the others. Sid and the others are assembling an airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Akane, Alf, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect this Excelsior before boarding. And you let him despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of the man poking around in the workings of the ship without proper supervision has not filled me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alf. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are, well, here they are now. Right, I think that everyone. Shall I set course to Cartno? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their last observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such times as you have finished procrastinating. All right. While Alf speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over Mora Janal. We can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Istola and the others forthwith and join you as soon as I'm able. Akane, pray accompany LSA back to the Rising Stones. I shall feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guests. Right, everyone heading to Dora Madal is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Are you traveling with Master Gartland, miss? The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the Toll's main square. Shall we abjure to the Rising Stones then?
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu! Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Akane, wait, could I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell how much this means to me. You have to craft something worthy of the warrior light is... Well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sew a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Fly free, my pretty. Yida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Yida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well, I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alfino, mayhap you could return to Grandinia and assist Ishtola and Krail. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cardinal Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on reusing Omega, while Akane, Yida, and our domain friends take care of the security. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. We haven't far to go, with any luck. We'll be in Cartno before Gastuth graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on guard. Even the Elaine Aroli was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that the Garland may Garlemay might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Behold the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they had Magitech armor. Ford. The Empire. The honorless Kurt thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares his fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
No retreat. No surrender.
'Tis my right to strike!
You watching, Cavaliero?
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of honor!
This one'll sting.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike!
No holding back.
An opening.
I have you!
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel!
No holding back.
Leave this to me.
I have you!
This one'll sting.
Look upon a samurai of honor!
It's all over now.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike!
Hey, Rain.
You watching, Cavaliero?
Leave this to me.
My right to strike!
This one'll sting.
Thanks is lacking.
With soul and steel!
Watching heavily,
Leave this to me.
My right to strike!
This one'll sting.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think? Right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do. The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose. Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything's functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves and soon. Alf has the look of a man with much to say. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurting towards the cocoon, everything dissolved in the chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Yida, wait. We must first. The Elder Seed 3 is expecting us. Worry not, Alf. Gisetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. The Elder Seed 3 awaits you within. My friends, fully eagerly have I awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in awakening Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from it rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Graal Ebin. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. And it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to the rest somewhere in Al-Magain soil. I will not speak of the rest, but to my eyes it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow on the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domads were whispering the name Shinryu. It would appear that that being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and would have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of the Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on Arg-la-Bay soil of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Taropin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have plenty of opportunity to secure the Gardanian borders and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshals and his men when the Council is abjured. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincides with our loss of contact. Least you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system so that even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, say perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they manage it at all. Such reassurance do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of our concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Gai Albina. Though Albert had forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concrete, it is not impossible that the Almago might finally be wrested from the Garlean grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishtola and the others have gathered at the Amasarek Spire, and I imagine that you two would be interested in seeing what became of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did you never tell me?
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she was scared, scarce began to come to terms with Papamu's loss. That one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we should be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Oh, okay, so that's the end of the post story.
Children of the land, do you hear echoes of truths that once rang clear? Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames flames that burn full bright.
We may have, you may have mentioned, but Alf has appraised me, but all that came to pass in Garleen. Your only task now is the rest. This is the calm before the storm. Elise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garlabine, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whose one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence. Correct? I for one look forward to joining hands with the Almaganes and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. As I suspect, do you. Quick, march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It's almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I've learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Almago. No foe would dislodge me. Very well, idle bird. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My lord, Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. The Balsier Wall has fallen to the Erosian Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Would we perchance divert some of our forces for search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord, I did not attend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me Domans call it Shinryu. That it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. The far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Oh. I meant to go to the main menu. Alf is a man with great deal on his mind.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available? Look, I know I've kept things from you, and I'm sorry, I really am. But that's all over now, I swear, and it'd mean a lot to me, having you at my side.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Hey, Intra.
Ready, my friend? Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant Told stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home. I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
A 1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray that both of our endeavors meet with success, shall we then? Wait. Not just yet. I knew I forgot something important. Lise, could you come with me? Me? What now? Alright then, if you insist. What do you think? As you can see, it's designed to be light and loose, an outfit tailored made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceased to impress. Much more of this. And I may have to stop introducing you as a Scion receptionist and start referring to you as our premier seamstress. I love it, Tatario. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. And with that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Then onwards, the Guardian Abina. Our first stop will be at the Almastrek Spire in East Shroud. All are present and accounted for. When you're ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that we wish to proceed in Garlambe. As Alliance of the Seventh Dawn, we were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall?
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Erosian Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We are relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrium since then? None. Save for a few scrimmages between our scouts and their patrols, we had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. As if attacking the Belsier wall wasn't enough, Eldbird summoned a primal right on their doorstep. Garlamade is not like this to let such shows of defiance go on in its room. This was a declaration of war, even if it was not idle birds to make, and now we are bound to it. For woe, for well, or for woe, Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Allagan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries and make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. And I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Ha! Of all the Castro in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing Allagan weapon in Dragonic Primal, or Omega and Shinryu, I think the Shinobis call it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularity failed to do. And it's like Omega fell into the earth in an occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engage the stasis system. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them, assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Jirabana, we need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking. Lise is eager to leave Castrum Oriens. As you probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I'm taking us to see one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called the Ralligard Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Veldena River. I learned a route that shall allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. Still with me? Good. From here, we'll head northeast towards the river. The water's not too deep, so we won't have to swim. I don't see any soldiers. Good. Let's cross. You're wondering about the tower to the south? It's part of Castel Belladina. That's what the Imperials decide to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see the rotten banner from the absolute miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. We're here, on the other side of this pass as the Reglards reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some sort of trick to this? Indeed, a glamour. G'day, Ishtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or mayhap an artificer trained in the modification of glamber prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, and before we go in, I don't know if Tataru told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way, and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And with a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
You'll have to forgive us for our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see now for who you are, though. This Alliance of the Seventh Dawn. Conrad knows the purpose of your visit and would like to give you a proper welcome. Now, I know you would have not come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is that it is you have to say. But let's not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalymo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolga it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
Alf is pondering how best to make use of your leisure. So it would seem we found ourselves with a surfeit of free time. Forgive me, you are free to look around Raglar's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It will give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and reassess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wheresoever we will. I like the sound of that. Well, I already know this place inside out. I can show you around if you like, Akane. Great, let's get started. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alan McGain's Highlanders like me. But the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hell's Guard from all the way over by the spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some Beastmen. Well, Beast women, I suppose. Like that one over there, CNN Tanta. They have been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. We're no different from the Guardlings to them. They kept to themselves, spending all their time crafting. And Nanta make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics that twist metals and crystals in shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly ever get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about that anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Raglar, shall we? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The Breaker of Worlds who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Yida used to tell me the stories on a stormy night. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral air, when the waters rose high and higher, people all across Erosia beseeched the heavens for a sign. And lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky, and led the way to these mountains of Garlabia. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep. For no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. The last part was inscribed on this stone by a monk of the Fist of Ragar. Yida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, and see us through in the end. Oh, sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary. Have a good night, Snowy. This is the infirmary. As you can probably tell, here's where the resistant healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we plan our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Comrade would say. We should go. I'll see you at the right plaza next. When you've seen one aetherite, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design dating back decades to when the first Regar was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just as well as any other. I'll show you where the salters are next, but don't forget to attune to the aetherite before we go. Arms, armor, potions. These folks got it. The resistance would be in bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you are short on anything or need anything prepared, these are the people to speak to. Oh, and Alf and Elsie are here. Why not see how they're getting along? Alicia is nodding approvingly at the saltellers. Come to take a measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants? They're a bold lot, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal and we're ready to receive you all back at the tent. I've sent someone to fetch Istola and Kriel, so if you'd like to follow me.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, Everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Ishtola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary. From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you, lot. Monago and Mefred will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then. Monago and Melfred are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Akane. Your ether compass may now be used to locate ether currents in new regions. The ether compass can be found under collection in the duty section of the main menu. Before she tells you your mission, Monago has a few things she would like to say. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you and this alliance again for patching me up after I bled all over your floor. I owe you my life, and I won't forget that. Furthermore, it was rude of me to run off without saying a word. It's all well and good claiming my duties here, can't wait. But parting thank you was the very least you deserve. My apologies. And thank you. Now to business. Commander Kemp entrusted me with a formal reply to be hand-delivered to the Alliance leadership. It covers everything we discussed as well as entailing the disposition of our forces. What I need is an escort, 1 or 2 men at most, so we can make it to the wall swiftly and without attracting undue attention. Very well, I shall join you in this. General Aldon commands the forces at Castrum Oriens. It should be simple enough to see it into his hands. Great. That's just what I want to hear. When you're ready to depart, meet me at the pass leading out to the Reach. Minfred cannot help but wonder if you remember who he is. At the risking of repeating myself, it's still hard to believe, for me to believe, that we meet here again of all places. Though I'd reckon you probably don't remember me after all this time, eh? No, this was a lifetime ago. There's no need to apologize. But know that down in Quartermill, we did not forget about you, nor the lives you saved. As for me, I went to little Imago while Garlani was recovering. Gondabol was my former commander and an old friend, and I had a lot on my mind. In the end, I decided to disband our unit. I told the men to live their lives as they saw fit. Some chose to remain in Little Alamigo, the others went to Oldon for work. But as you can see, I chose to come back to Garlavina and join Conrad and the others. I've kept busy since then, ferrying people and provisions across the border and back. It's not been easy, but it's been fulfilling. Today, however, we'll be heading east into the peaks. Conrad thinks we might have luck finding new recruits in the village of Alaganaha. Alaganaha? If you're going there, you're taking me with you. Oh, that's right. You're from Alaganaha, aren't you, please? By all means, we'd welcome the company. There will be more to it than just asking around, but we can talk about it on the way. Make your preparations and meet me by the tunnel to the peak. Following her successful expansion, the ID Shower, and the 3 city-states, she decided to bring her operation here to Ragalair's Reach. Our presence here serves to aid the recovery effort, creating jobs for refugees and stimulating the economy. With your skills, you would be of great help to us. And of course, if you have any collectibles, we'd be happy to take them off your hands in exchange for scribs. With locations Whelm Ride, it has never been easier to do business with House of Splendors. That there is a sightseeing log, unless I'm mistaken. You perchance know a woman named Melthid? What are the odds? Melthid's my niece, at least you wonder. She has told me much and more about you in her letters. But where are my manners? Alger Ironheart at your service. I am an explorer like most of the clan, and my niece bade me share with you such knowledge I had accumulated. Here, lend me your log. Let's see now. Definitely there, and there, and there, and there. Yes, that ought to suffice. My exploration has taken me far and wide, but dearest to my heart are the regions of Almago, beauteous in their ruggedness, and the lands of the Far East, glorious in their diversity. There are many wonder sights to be seen in these places, and I've written down the directions to them. Some will prove more difficult to reach than others, and if you ever even half as resourceful as Melfina said you are, I'm confident that you'll find them all. And with that, I shall leave you to resume your adventures. Go forth, my friend, and take in such beautiful vista as even my father, the great Roddard Ironheart, did not see in his lifetime. Stormblood entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be level 60 or above to record Stormblood Vistas. Travel to the locations indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions, and you will complete the entry for that vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits and the notes provided by your Yalger to identify these stunning sights and proper way to appreciate them, and see Almago in the Far East as only the greatest explorers have seen them. Hey, Axel. Got everything you need? Good, then let's be off. Quiet, you hear that? That was the Chiralum engine backfiring. Imperials. You gods. You have natural senses? I can't hear a thing. When you grow up hunting in these lands, you learn to discern the sounds that could mean life and death. Be that predator or a patrol. From what I'm hearing, we have 7 men patrol augmented with a single Magitech armor. Wide search pattern divided into 2, no 3 teams. I don't think they know we're here. It's risky, but we should split up and take them all by surprise at the same time. We don't want them calling reinforcements. 3 teams, 3 of us. Nothing for it then. Where are they? Head north and you should see them long before they see you. I'll deal with the one south. The armor should be just west. Akane's best equipped to deal with that one. We attack in 5. That should be enough time to get into position. Rendezvous on the west bank after. Any questions? No? Then good luck. Hey Fox, thanks for gifting 5 subs to the community. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the support. Enjoy the gifted sub if you got gifted the sub from Fox. It looks like everything went to plan. Not that I'm surprised. The 3 soldiers I faced didn't put up much of a fight. Most of the Imperials we get out here are conscripts from previous provinces with little training and even less conviction. It's grim work killing men and women like that, but don't doubt that they'd do the same for you if the roles were reversed. And don't dare pity a man in armor. Conscript or no, a soldier piloting one of those can kill a dozen good men in a blink of an eye. Not that I need to tell you that after what happened at the wall.
So dance, while I put you in a trance. Let's party.